Hello, 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 no, 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 hello, howdy, howdy. It's time to start the second half of this game. Let me get the screen down. Hello, it has been quite the hot minute since I played the first set of the first game of this duology. That when it got ported to America, they combined the two games into one, and then, so you just had to buy one, and then you got to play both. So, around the end of last year, I got around to playing the first game, and I really liked it. And kind of wanted to put off playing the second game for a while, because a lot of other things were coming out. But now it seems like the perfect time to start playing, so I guess it's time to get into it. So I think when we last left off, we were sending Mikotoba off back to Japan because she got a letter telling her that her dad was sick. So we're gonna go. I don't know where this game will take off with, because I don't know if it's gonna stay with Naruhodo in Great Britain and then like do a case there, or if it's gonna like do a case somewhere else. So I'm very curious where this goes, because yeah, Mikotoba left at the end of the last game because supposedly her dad's sick, and then we got this whole reveal of like a whole secret conspiracy thing, kind of, it seemed like, at the end of the last game, where the secret Morse code seemed to give the impression that there's some sort of connection between Sholmes' assistant and something even with Naruhodo and Mikotoba, Mikotoba's own dad too. So yeah, I really don't know what to expect going into this next part. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna continue with the last Steve and go from there. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. Oh yeah, that's right. It was Japanese Morse code on like the cylinder, and then, like, everyone was like, "That's a weird thing that at near the end of the thing. I don't know. Like, we couldn't decipher it." And then they were, I think Mikotoba was like, "Oh yeah, no. I was looking into it, and it was Japanese." And it's like, what? That's something's really weird and up. It would just be it would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo came from? Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Umeå University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Yeah, so that guy died in the first case of the last game, so And he's supposedly that's Iris' father, so like, I'm very curious why he was killed in particular. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Ooh, cars.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Susato! I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
We'll all be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together, as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Oh, is this a cutscene? Are they replaying this? I guess good on them, though.
We seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens,
There really are times where I forget that this game is actually voiced for these very rare parts.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
On my side. On my side. I don't know if I can do his voice constantly. It's very wispy. And air. Kind of, you know, kind of that kind of feel. Kind of reminds me of like Philip Windibank. Sort of, kind of voice. Up. Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. I forgot that he did this. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Huh? Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Susato...
You love defending yourself at court.
That was a little old.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Objection!
Okay, is this just gonna show me the credits, or... Oh, okay, did my save, like, stop at the credits? Okay, my save did stop at the credits. Okay, cool. So I can just skip the credits. But I guess that's a good refresher for those who needed a refresher. I'm objecting. Hi, Lay. Welcome, welcome. I think I reread the entire last bit of the last game. So I guess that's where my continue this save goes to. So hopefully this continues into the actual next game now. It does not, I guess. Do I just do select then? Wait, how do I... Oh, wait, select adventure. There we go. There we go. Okay. That's what it was. Alright, cool. So I guess I did a refresher for 10 minutes. Oh, okay, we're starting the second game in Japan then.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
I hope you're satisfied
Yeah.
listening to this Susato voice, because it's not going to sound like this for the playthrough. Like, at all.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Good break for me, though.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find my...
Oh. Oh? Oh. Oh. Oh dear.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
What? What? What?
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama,
Oh. Were they trying to fake me out that her dad died in between when she was trying to get back because they were saying he was sick? That's what it feels like. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. That's some cute key art. I like that. Okay, here we go. The true reading begins. So it's the 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Chamber, Antechamber number 3.
Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Oh, her dad, Ah, good you're here. Doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognized you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh, dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Yujin Mikotoba, Professor of Medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father.
Excuse me? Oh, who's this? Oh, it's another girl. Oh god, my voice is gonna die today.
Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication. The whole thing. Rei Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
It would seem my little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh? What do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform! That varsity cap! That varsity cape! That varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world. Oh, you look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden? Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato! You go to such lengths for me? Of course! You're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so... gallant and dashing. Ray. Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all of this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and now you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Ooh. Whatever happens, I'll always be by your side. Be on your side, yeah. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. My. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh! Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It will only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
we should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father.
Well, there was a comma there, so it should have been more of a delivery of,
Thank you, Father.
you know, the spacing. But sometimes I read too fast.
I'm Susato Mikatoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
I think that intro was faster than the first games. But I wonder how long this court case is. The other one took like 5 hours or something. Alright, so 9 o'clock a.m. sharp. We are in the courtroom now. Oh, he's back. How do I go for this judge? He's not as old as the Great Britain one, so I don't have to go as old. He kind of looks like he's like in his mid, such and such. So maybe. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Rembani.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh no, she's pretending to be a dude, so I should try to make her sound a little bit more like a girl doing an impression. Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready?
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh, yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, counsel?
Yes, that's... that's right. That's me. I mean... Yes, I'm... Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to reconsider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of his study program. This is,
His cousin!
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them?
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh, please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes aren't wont to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like that trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood here where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this'll be easy. So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself.
Yes, Your Excellency.
But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank.
It's not really surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use R. Open the court record. Then you'll need to flip to the People section with R. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's where the information I need will be.
I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Boop. And boop. And of course it's Ray. Never mind, it's Giselle. My bad. I'm dumb. Don't listen to me. We know that the accused is Ray, and Giselle is the victim. I didn't read the thing because I saw it in the, the movie, so I was like, yeah, that's the same person from the first case.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be very well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything.
Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of...
Well, a killer in the original case.
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor...
Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, it was somebody else talking. I believe it was an associate of Ms. McDowell. Was that her talking? Yeah, I think it might have been him.
Yes, I was in debt to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly.
Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. So much for secrets. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Renosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, one questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life. She gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there.
Consular? Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. Reading hard. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before...
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh! Thank you, Your Excellency.
Now a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for the bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events C leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel and what he said about...
Well, the motive. Yeah.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut, tut, tut. Is the Yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membani-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe?
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Oh yeah, that would be incriminating.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes. Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then, tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful what you're saying!
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
Okay, so we got the powerful motive. Why were they alone together? Okay, so what did they mean by being alone?
Membami-san? Yes? What is it, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd make my alias Ryutaro Susato.
Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to be enjoying provocative tricks like that. But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really tiring. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot. I guess I'm just picking all these at this point.
If I may, Prosecutor Aochi.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot?
Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
She dead. Yes, thank you, Consul. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Okay, so we got the photo now. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time? This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom I might add is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ah, Gredosuke, naruhodo!
Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Consul, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji Revolution? Are you modernizing as well, Counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth. You see, this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
I said silence! Today, I face another Yoko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. And with that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
Oy, oy, oy. He has a turtle on his head. Wait, is that Natsume? Is he back? Oh boy, I gotta do that voice again.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Oh my goodness!
Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me.
I need it?
I need it?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please, relax. Call me Soseki, even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes. Yes, of course. I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses are for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought appearing here in the clothes that I was wearing at the time would make me for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san?
Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
Oh, I'm reading it really oddly paced, but...
At
Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
with
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned lawyer, the press never leave me alone.
Oh, writer, maybe. What did it say? Renowned author. I'm dumb. How did I read lawyer?
They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Aha.
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much!
He practically threw that paper at me.
Okay, so we have an article.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words.
As I explained before, Miss Brett.
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now.
Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does it mean that you went to the beach too, Father?
No, unfortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray, was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned hostler, I didn't like to decline the invitation.
Ah, but only if I had. I'd never seen that awful sight. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret.
Might have to change that voice. It's hard to do right now.
Okay.
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account for all that you have witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the west. Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly wrecked by the remorse and regret I am.
Oh my god, we're actually in testimonies. Holy shit. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes. The young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Consul? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of this crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me.
Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah,
The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M.
Ray. Membami. The initials of the defendant?
No!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
Alright, so shot in the dark, the R and M does not mean Ray, it's somebody else. Who would have guessed, probably.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence? There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The Professor Ouchie of 9 months ago, Prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago, had nothing of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo. That means...
Oh! Yes! Me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do.
Hard. Alright, here we go. Okay, so he's talking about how he was assigned on a special order. He managed to catch that crab when I finally... So he was hunting crabs for some reason, and then he was like, I ran into the beach hut at once where I found the pair in question. He was like, yep, and it was her next to the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. Okay, if it's multiple times, then let's try to look at the autopsy report. Is it multiple stab wounds or just a single stab wound? 2 p.m. Okay. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing along a resulting fatal hemorrhage. So, not multiple, a single stab wound. Which is what I want to present, but I also need to save in case, because sometimes it do be like that in Ace Attorney games. Always have safety saves.
Objection!
There we go.
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here on this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of the menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to
Clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Suseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, there cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both of you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes. And?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
That's true.
Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. That Soseki-san was in fact was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all. But the moment that the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection of attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slender! My head is quite adequately dressed! In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment that, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. How you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance.
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the defendant girl is as innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer, then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled a knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could
Save her life, I guess? Pulling out the knife would be a bad thing, though, because then the blood coming out. It would be better to leave it in, actually.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
I keep saying, wanting to say indict, but that's not the word.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Ugh. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may? Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel, hopeful, has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Rise. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. And I will do so flawlessly. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did not have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Oh, Natsumi's not even getting a chance to talk now.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never been stabbed. I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true? What they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato!
Yes?
Pull yourself together! We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand.
Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Okay, we're back in cross-exam. So let's see where we're going with this cross-exam. So pulling a blade out from a wound without thinking it's gotta be bleeding. That's basic knowledge. Okay. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out from the victim. Okay, no good reason. But what if there was a different thing? But let's see. Well, this article just exists, so... Oh, you can't examine it. Okay. Let's try to look at the photo. Okay, so nothing with the stuff. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim's eyes, piercing a lung and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Okay, so would there ever be a reason?
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold of me a little too much.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Let's not forget she had a motive. And then the victim, murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson has the defendant's was her highly respected mentor. But that basic knowledge that any medical research assistant went out of might know. But pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause any bleeding. Maybe it's something with this. Because if it was heavy bleeding... Fatal hemorrhage. Yeah, I mean, the back is pretty he's bleeding quite a lot from the back, so... Let's try to get more.
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well,
thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
That's basic knowledge. So, what one would assert that, though?
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is...
Clearly, the defendant, Miss Rei Membani-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
What? What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba?
I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is a really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. I guess I'm just gonna press everything because I'm not really sure what we're going with here.
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant.
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the flaw.
Yes. Evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defender, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I.
Inspector.
No, wait. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah. Oh, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. Okay, so... Can we press on this last one, maybe? We'll get something interesting?
Well,
Yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual.
Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities.
Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
this is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would have threatened Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course! But I've been to the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail.
Oh, okay, so we had to go through this so that we get the examination thing.
I realize this is your first time playing the royal role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need some reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do?
I know what to do.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to
examine
things in greater detail with A.
Ah, a look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
Okay, yeah, so I guess going through all that makes it so that I can examine certain evidence better. Okay, yeah, so I can examine the pen better.
If we take off the pen's lid...
Okay. Anything interesting about this pen? Sure is a pen. I think I can just take it off, but... Oh, now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Oh. What kind of...
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nip.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Huh. Strange. Anything else about it? Well, we have the backing?
There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
I guess we can look at the RM, but maybe the RM we can examine later when we get like another person.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
Okay, so maybe that's the thing that comes back later. Okay, let's look at this in newspaper now, because we can. I'm just gonna assume this just reads the first page. Okay.
Ruckus England returnees tell all.
Raucus? Ruckus? Raucus?
This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment. His hand karate chopped me in the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
Okay, so there's more stuff. Oh, there's like a hair treatment thing on the back of there. I think it's like an ad for it, and it even has like the same hairstyle as Ouchie.
This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab.
Oh.
From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could a reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
So, poison was stolen? What? Okay. Interesting. Can I point anything out with the magnifying glass? No? Okay. I guess that's all for now. So, pulling a blade from the wound, okay, we know that. Okay. There's a good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Heh. Would I have to press again and maybe get new details? Because that happened in one case. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from him. Basic knowledge. Maybe it has something to do with the poison for this one? It could be that she was pulling the knife because she needed to remove the poison from her system, maybe? That's what I would guess, but I think I'm too far ahead. I'm gonna... You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna present the poison article, because... Wait. Extreme meiosis pupil constriction reserved... Oh, and then... A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university whose laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect a newly developed chemical. Yeah, you know what? It's most certainly this.
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the blade from the victim's wound.
What?
Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here. In this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume University.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But the newspaper article, the court cannot rely on that kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. God damn it, I'm reading so weird today.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course! Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled a knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says...
Deadly? Okay, what part of the article? When it says... Deadly in tiny quantities.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it rapidly absorbs and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all.
The defendant withdrew the blade back from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere on the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison hath nothing to do whatsoever with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the poison was involved?
If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? The post-mortem report talks about eye dilation, which is very important, and the eye constriction, which is important to note is part of the poison's effects that they were referring.
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads,
Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report
means that it's an unusual symptom of death?
Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when somebody dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article,
There's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely,
Yes. As a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, you think you'll agree? This is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Eugen Mikotoba.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I
I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. Blah blah blah. You will tell the court the truth of the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know?
The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly. But I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father.
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them to off on killing sprees.
That's totally
Oh? Oh, she's back.
None of this is Professor Mikatoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
Memami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
Oh.
I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and said... and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk into tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it.
In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this at this time.
Oh shit. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived! The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed?
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Professor Ouchi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
Oh. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on the beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No! That's not true! No! I don't believe it. Ah!
What was it? Oh yeah. Order! 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 Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break.
These yokels, oh sorry,
Are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent? Cogent? What? Cogent? Googling it. Cogent. It is cogent. Okay. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. Oh boy.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
that's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of this print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you Yoko student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
The moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in a court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to... I accidentally pressed A, sorry. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency...
The burning question is who took that photograph? And the truth is...
Oh, there's like a crack over here on the picture. Oh, and then there's a crack on the... Okay.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really...
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Rock us England attorneys tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there is some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Good gracious.
Oh, whoop. Not good. Great.
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Well, that tells us nothing. Ah, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary familiarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
I think you're forgetting, Professor Aochi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper? Ah.
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What? Many memo.
Or somebody. Oh, it was him. I see you were called a raucous England. I see why you were called a raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's many memo, I tell you.
Many memo. Many memo.
Thanks, Soseki.
Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo?
Hi, March. Welcome.
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Menimemo. Yes, hounded me from dawn till dusk.
Now that he mentions it.
They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scalper my property.
Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Menimemo.
So you're saying that this picture was taken by
Menimemo, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire.
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood.
Meh. Many more.
Haven't you been narrating / voice acting the entire 2 hours? Oh yeah, I did this for when I did the playthrough of the first half too. I think the longest session I had to do was like 5 or something hours. But one of them I had Kiro helping me. But yep. If it's a game where I'm committed to doing it, I'll be doing it. So 2 hours of just doing this. Okay, so that's the first half. Your range is really good, by the way. Thank you! Unfortunately, there's a lot of female voices in this one, so I'm going to be killing my throat a lot from doing female voices. But it be like that. Alright, so I'm gonna save here right now. But I'll be back, because I have to go to the bathroom because I drank a lot of water. And hopefully the second half isn't 10 times longer than this. The second half is 10 times longer than this from what I'm seeing from summaries. So, I'll go to the bathroom and then figure out if I want to continue. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Well, it is the first case, so I might as well try to do it in one session, probably, but we'll see. We'll see how long it goes. I think I'm doing okay in terms of my endurance at the moment, but we'll see. Alright. Probably another 2 hours of this. Or 3 hours. Might be a while, we'll see. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber number 3.
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all.
Thanks, March.
So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets! I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And, as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato? You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean?
No, wait, that wasn't what I used for something.
And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else there. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I suspect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the poison.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Interesting piece of evidence. Okay.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all that Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there?
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had also been piqued, so I had little choice but to give them a cursory introduction.
So then Soseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Memo-san. By the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no. I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed. He shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet, he obviously didn't go.
Obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Consul, we've just heard that a new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature.
I
hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membabi. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezebel Zale Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, Consul, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
The murder weapon has been added. Okay, so there's no poison on the blade. Good to know. God, for God's sake, if it's on the pen, I'm gonna be mad.
In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah! Now, the prosecution is ready to call the no witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
I swear to God, it's the pen. That's my guess. Also, he has like an ink stain on his arm? Hand? Weird.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Oh God, I don't even know what to use for him. What voice do I even give this guy? He's got like a real reportery looking act, but then he's also technically Japanese, and it's like, I don't know really what accent to go for. Then again, I made Soseki-san sound like a, like... when I did the voice for Soseki-san, for some reason in my head I had like Mark Twain. But like... What do I do for this guy? Many memo. Maybe like... like an extra, read all about it kind of voice. Yeah, let's try that. Right in, many memo of the Show You news. I'm what people like to call a journo. But like, maybe remove the British part of it.
What's a giorno, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm here where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch these scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The new sky of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what do we have here?
I'm sorry?
Woo! Brace yourselves, people! Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court.
The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 70 point on in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh? Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
Ryotaro.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Auchi. That's Taketsuchi Auchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
God damn it.
Witness.
Yeah?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking of this picture.
Of this picture.
It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that there, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and faster hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many mo...
ism. What? Many memoism. Many memoism. God damn. That's what I call my fuck. That's what I call my many memoism.
Many memoism?
Ah, yes. I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yes, right. That was me. Many memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's word had piqued my journalist's interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen.
It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just inferior pawns.
Say your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal going to some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after him. To get the woman's story, so I can hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim seed portrayed in this photograph?
Oh yes, I saw it with my very own German eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of this trusty camera.
Oh god, he's so fast. Thank you, Many Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Oh boy.
The beach hut was made of a shoddy old reed screen, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My small, mouldering Jonah spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Was it all screens? It didn't look like it was screens.
Read screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly through in that... clear enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
I guess. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer's heat.
And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I been seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Many-Memoism in a nutshell. Many-Memoism.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
Oh. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. But this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
And breaking his shoulders, I guess. So the beach hut was made of shoddy wood screens that were plenty of gaps. Okay. English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Okay. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flame as quick as a flash. I whipped out my camera ready to click. And he pulled apart the rough weave and poked his lens through. So, okay, I want to know what... I guess we should learn more about what he witnessed, right?
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ah, the precise moment? I didn't see just yet. We saw the whole other scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad.
Memo pad. Oh my god.
When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly, is what I should have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says.
Okay, we got the layout.
By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Dinos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
I don't think I'm reading that right, but we're going with it.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. Like a nature documentary.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Yes, Professor.
I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless.
Fucking so hard to read. Many memoism, many memoism, many memoism. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with a woman. Okay. Okay, so they added this statement: I never once set foot in the hut, nor have I spoken with an Englishman. I was only there as an observer. So, what would prove to us that he was there? Oh, unless it's this pen. Because there's an emblem on the pen. We don't know who that's for, because it's not her. It's not Ray, as far as we can tell. And then, so we see these 3 dots. Is there anything that would link these 3 dots to anything? Not as far as I can tell, I guess. But the pen's the only thing we got, because it's like the most out of place thing here, right? So, and I already examined it all, so. Oh wait, it's RM. What is his first name again? Isn't it like Raiten or something?
Objection!
Many Memo-san, until now I have had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press don't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my— I didn't even notice that he had that on his arm. In a way, that's more many memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused. Remember me.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.?
No.
Right in Many Memo. R.M.
That's horse dung! Can't you see one of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user?
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see...
Oh, right, and he has the ink on his hand. Why didn't I also mention that? I noticed that earlier. God damn it.
There's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
Horsey horse dung!
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died...
What died? You met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut.
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything.
Bro, it's like on the emblem on your pen.
There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Eh?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, Counsel,
The defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is...
Emblem. Oh wait, I have to present it. Sorry. And I already read this dialogue. Please let me present.
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize. Many Memo-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyu News!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mini Memo-san, how do you respond?
No!
Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? I'm using coercive tactics to have well-meaning sentences reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we many memoirs say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, alright. But, on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Wait, why?
Soseki-san?
Oh, yes. According to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big.
Huh? What?
Many Memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witnesses back to the stand. Witness.
Soseki-san, hiding something?
Oh boy. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Mini Memoism demands that I reveal it now.
But Soseki didn't say anything yet. You You mean to say the victim...
The victim regained consciousness?
Ah, well,
And what he said, what she did, you decided to ask her a question?
that's, true, yes.
He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It
wasn't even a conversation.
Yes, I did pose the withering English rose the question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency.
The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett... The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Gray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Okay. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman for a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why okay. So I guess we're just gonna press for him to reveal it?
Hold it!
What question? What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Radisson? Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I had been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray!
I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She did it! She didn't said nothing in response.
When I understand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will!
Okay, so I asked her, who did this to you, but she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Huh.
Hold it!
Miss Brett? I'm sorry, I meant...
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Soseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Ah, but if she's pointing at the to the back of the hut, it could be behind the hut, right? Thinking ahead. So Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
Fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did put her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything is a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction of that the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we now can now conclude this trial.
No. No!
The court's writing, the headline's writing itself. Let's see. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. I'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learnt thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed.
I might have read that wrong.
She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting in the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant Yoko student's luck finally runs out. Can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
I mean, I know the reporter was like literally behind the hut, right? And he kept saying, "Oh well, I can pull the reeds aside and I can put my camera through the reed." So you probably did something, right? That's my guess. Sorry, I had to get some more water.
You're excellent. Sorry, I meant...
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask that you postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, Counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all of her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction! Fantasy! Final Fantasy 14 with, with a free trial all the way up into Heaven's Ward. Award-winning trial, award-winning expansion, by the way. It lets you go all the way up to level 60. Isn't that crazy? I mean,
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Well, it had to be here, because she was on the stool, she talked to Ray, and then she stood up from her stool and it fell over. So, I would assume behind a chair.
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now.
And I'm a Naruhodo. What? God, I read that so weird. The delivery is bad. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it would be Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo.
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now.
Something like that, better delivery. But anyways,
the true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
what?
Order! Order! Order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You've got to be bluffing!
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
I mean, oh, like I was gonna think maybe it could be this because it's like a really big gap, but then like that was during after, so we want to look at before the app. Yeah, so it would be this, huh?
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, sorry, I meant... yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Did you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you can claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
There's a gap. There's a gap. There's a gap.
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see yet such anything.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife could easily penetrate them.
This is...
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong voice. I'm sorry.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiten Many Memo-san! It could only have been you!
No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly on the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not.
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events before the victim's death.
Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So in fact, the victim was...
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Membani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Many Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. Or, oh, thank goodness.
Probably more like that, you know? But
I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Aochi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my... Ooh. Oh shit, he's on his last legs.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it?
suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where was she stabbed? How was she stabbed? It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
Oh, right, he's gonna talk about the poison.
What? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Oh, no. Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It has been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see, I see. So, presumably that means, you know, that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely. Yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can't be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Oh, Susato, we already proved that it's not on there.
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Order! No, wait. Order! 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 But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. Imbibed it? Imbibed it? Whatever.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This'll make a great front page short. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, it's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth?
Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is a prime breast fodder, this is.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journal and I'm a man. I have never tried to run or hide for anything in my life.
Liar.
And I'm about to start now. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Chess, where is this trial going to take us?
Alright, here we go.
Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, I got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
That's a very incriminating statement.
So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen?
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of a sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really off about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap. This journal here is off the hook.
The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency.
Okay. This is probably the final cross-examination, I have a feeling. So, okay. So yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves that he's innocent, which is a really weird statement to say. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would. Okay, so he talks about... Well, hold on, let me just make him break a couple of pencils real quick. That's one pencil. Alright. Anyways, let's go press the statement, shall we? Oh. She said... Sorry.
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikatoba, no less.
Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. Yeah, I really felt for her.
Everybody's shocked that he said that? Oh no, there she is. Oh, okay.
I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray!
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please. You have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Mimbami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-haired, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
This case is getting really weird. Like, the judge is being, like, awfully lenient in a lot of parts. Like, he's being really lenient, and, like, I feel like he wasn't really like that in the original case. And then, like, I don't know if we're gonna, like, spend more time in Japan this time, because, like, in the first game, you don't spend any time in Japan. You spend, like, one case, and that was the opening case in Japan. So, like, this judge is acting kind of suspicious, and I'm not gonna lie. It's really weird. Okay, but Ray's statement is now here, so let's see. It has nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. So, might as well just press it for more info, right?
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed over the government. Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikatoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of... Oh, sorry, wrong tone.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Mini Memo-san?
Let him cook.
As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism. Yeah. Are they buying it? Are they buying it? Please tell me they're buying it.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Oh, okay, so this is getting updated for some reason.
So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record.
Oh, he's adding to a statement. Okay, he's amending. Let's go.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
Well, next 3 accents there.
The point is, if you poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Oh, okay. Updated poison article, huh? No reason, huh? Wait, so... The point is, if you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well. Well, this poison... disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison secret developed by the forensics Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect it in... Okay, so we don't care about the detection, but... Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with an impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and is rumored to have been commissioned by the military. However... So would it be this article? But there's also the statement of... Yeah, it basically says the same thing twice, so it's either 2 or 5. It's like... If you poison someone, there will be reason to pull them or stab them as well. And then the current methods being developed. Let's just try present this. Okay.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What? What?
But before I explain, sorry. I mean,
I'm totally a dude right now. I'd like you to confirm something for the court.
Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? Oh, I get it now. Okay, I think I did. Okay, so I did press this correctly because they would be able to identify it because it's being developed by the university.
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone inflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but none among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties.
In other words, someone like you, right in many memo.
Yeah!
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake.
Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and it was so traceable.
How you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection! But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
What's in the blood? The poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, didn't he? Hadn't he?
Ooh. Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order! 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 The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Hold it! I'm just gonna stupid him.
Yeah. Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? Micah... I don't need a counter-argument.
What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's the evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed. All visitors of the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
He used the fountain pen! That's what it is!
Oh, fuck. No wonder it's empty.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See? I write on many memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Could have possibly have stolen that poison. From the professor's laboratory.
Ah!
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill.
And if that's the case, as you identified the poison itself in the definitive evidence we need, because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is, there is one way that you, Mini-Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now. Thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Okay, I think there is more to this pen than we saw earlier. Let's screw it. Oh, wait. Okay, they're talking about how it's empty. But is there more to it? Did I miss anything else? I'm 100% sure it's this fountain pen.
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji letters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah! I swear by a weasel's air calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Succubus, a soupcon of some sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to inject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, Mini-Memo-san.
Did your accent change? You sound more feminine.
Don't worry about it. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Yeah!
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened!
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent deaths like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mini-Memo-san.
No.
So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using this pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in this reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again.
It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it, then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Oh shit, and we get to use it.
Take that!
Counsel, what is this bottle?
This bottle contains unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for the traces of poison. Reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the lip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No.
You can't.
I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, but bound to this. I took up my arms to the fire, united for the tyrants of the battlefield, all in the name of justice and righteousness.
Susato, with me! I'm there!
Hiya!
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Yep, best girl. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison,
The devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation. That's all. As a reporter. A known killer. Enjoying full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you just call me?
This country with its pretensions in a justice system to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. Oh my god, Karo, thank you for the raid. Oh god, I'm so oh no. I'm like right at the tail end into the dramatic reading. But welcome, readers. How are you enjoying Fire Emblem, Kiro? Did you have a good time? Hi, I hope you're enjoying. Oh, I'm enjoying. I'm loving Susato. I mean Ryutaro, you know? Wink, wink. Best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl. Gameplay is solid. That's good. The more I look at like the parts that aren't the gameplay, the more I'm just like, I don't know if I want to play Engage. But like, I'm glad people are having fun with it, you know? But yeah, welcome raiders. I'm actually at the very tail end of this opening case. So we just committed we just got the guy who was actually the culprit. Oh shit. I accidentally pressed A. No. But yeah, we got the actual culprit, and now he's kind of explaining what's going on. Gameplay is solid, plot is meh, music is meh, characters are fair. I hope you enjoyed reading Many Memo's lines. Oh god, trying to say many memos, many memoisms is like the most hardest thing to say.
And I was like, and in Many Memo, I'm reading him in like kind of like a extra, read all about it kind of accent, right? So trying to say that in, in that accent is like torture. Because it's just like, hey there, welcome to my many memo with my many memoisms. It's just, what the fuck am I saying? But yeah, it was really funny. Also, Natsume being was pretty funny. So I got to read his lines again in that accent that I chose when we were doing the playthrough. Oh yeah, sorry.
But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth.
Did this victim surprise me? Yeah, it kind of did. It was very interesting to see her come back after all that.
It was a cover-up! That's what it was!
Oh, wait. What? You found out it's a cover-up? What?
A cover-up? What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman? The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Medimemo-san, that you committed murder yourself. And you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What? All those pencils. He's fucking Wolverine, man.
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Oh! Yes! Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first court experience. First experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? Is that a bird? What is this?
Prosecutor Ouchi?
Oh, it's a seppuku blade. Oh no! What is he doing? Is he gonna cut off his nib?
I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism!
Ouchieism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Spring of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Tagetsuchi.
The way they play fucking Cosmo's theme. Yeah. Everyone's fucking praying. Can we have a man in chat for the loss of Ouchie's hair? There is a man command if you wish to use it. Here. We will remember Top Knot. Never forgetty. Rest in spaghetti. Now anyway. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you
Guilty. Definitely. Wow. Man, no fireworks. I want to go back to Great Britain.
Court is adjourned.
Good thing they keep the rafters loaded with cherry blossoms, just in case. It's a miracle.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do, just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
I'm just gonna assume this is Rei.
Susato! Susato! Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei! And Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Although you did interrupt court several times, and you probably would have got reprimanded if not for the judge somehow being real sus about it. But, you know. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right. I see. I'll... think about it, Rei. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we should throw together? We could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I am extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again, then? What a terrible shame.
What? Oh, okay, it was... Yeah, I should have guessed it was Soseki.
What is happening?
Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me.
Susato Mikotoba.
Oh, Susato Mikotoba.
Don't... So dashing. So divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquire-S, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astounding ace attorney.
What the fuck? Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan.
Oh, I can't wait for you to experience Case 2. I'm scared already. Thanks, Kiro.
And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's truly an impressive disguise. If I had no idea, even I had no idea, and I am a chief inspector at the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less.
I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Haha, it's probably not gonna be the first time.
Best girl. She really is. Like, goddamn.
Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. He also got beat up, and that was not fun. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all of this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, We had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes. I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato?
Hi, Aru. Welcome, welcome. Ah, let me go! Oh. Fuck, I didn't get to read what, the dad said. Hold on, let me go back. I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Okay, that's it.
Hey, hey, hey!
Many Memo-san? So, one throw wasn't enough for you?
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor.
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her! The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Yeah, what?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never...
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. And it's a good job I came by.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance.
Susato?
Did you know all along from the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we?
Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father!
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
A competent judge, yeah, really, though. What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I was sent a man flying like that.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now, it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Hi, Soseki.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Susaki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. He was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I can never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public was aware of is the first?
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
The haunted lodgings? That case somehow caused my father to summon me. What?
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan?
What is happening?
I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
It's gonna end on that? Oh, never mind. There's a little bit more.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. how you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
I like how, like, in the beginning of the thing, of this chapter, they make her talk to the grave, and like they make you think, oh, she's talking to her dead dad because she didn't make it in time, and then it's like, thank you, Kazuma-san, and you're like, oh, wait, she's talking to Kazuma's grave. So I thought that was really funny in the beginning, because I was like, did her dad die? I was like, there's no way her dad died. He's on the fucking title card. Not the title card, on the promotional art. So I was like, there's no way he's dead, right? Oh, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Especially since it's literally the first thing they showed in the first trailer for this game. Really? I didn't know that. That's fucked up. Oh man, though. That was fun. That was definitely... It felt like a lot shorter than the last one. I want to say it felt shorter, but like I think it was... No, actually it might have been shorter than my chapter 0 playthrough. So yeah. I like how it was a little bit faster, because it like kind of made it seem like that they were like, yeah, you played the first game, so we're not gonna like super duper make the beginning of the game slow, because we know you want to know what the heck is going on, right? So like, that's cool. I thought I was gonna have a case of like Ace Attorney amnesia-itis or something. Like what? In the second Ace Attorney game, doesn't like Phoenix get like whacked on the head and he doesn't remember how to be a lawyer for like 2 minutes? Which is why there's a tutorial in the beginning of that one. Don't forget to check the court record. You remember how, right? I like how they give you the option to like not review how to do it. So that was cool. Oh my god, case 1 of game 2 was so dumb. That game might as well just be 3 cases. Yeah. That's why they have that weird transitional one in between 1 and 2. The one with the detective guy and the sister and Emma. Like, that's why that part exists, right? Rise from the Ashes. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm happy to be back in this game, because they really seem to be throwing down the hey, you should probably be paying attention to this plot detail or this plot detail and this plot detail in this first case. So like, feels like it's going hard like immediately, which I'm really happy about for a sequel game. So I'm very excited. They made ROTA because they were porting Ace Attorney 1 from GBA to DS and wanted to make use of the touchscreen. Ooh, fancy. Oh yeah, that's true. And then they had like the whole evidence stuff that you could do with the forensics. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that is cool. I like that. But yeah, I'm gonna try to continue this game at like a decent intervals. But like, I think it's gonna be probably like a break next week because I have like a couple of things I'm doing apparently. Well, not apparently, but I have like a couple things set up for next week. So it's probably going to be like in 2 weeks. I'll probably do another stream up. Buckle up. Thanks, Kiru. And then, of course, I'm probably going to try to see if I can invite people occasionally to join me on the reads. Like Mr. Kiru here. Again, I hope you're ready to be stuck with me for a couple hours on another read one at some point. Yeah. I'm hoping to bring, like, that's like, yeah, for sure I'm gonna bring you, and then like, I'm hoping to bring like maybe other people too to join us maybe, and then we can have like a big read sometimes, and then like I can just do solo ones for like quick bits of the games and stuff. You know, get through the game a little bit faster than last time. But like, yeah, I'm very excited to play it again. So yeah, look forward to that. If people are interested in listening to me and other people voice act this game and have fun. Alright, so let's look for somebody to raid. And the question of that being is, who the hell is alive? Let's look through the Twitch. Oh, I have my friend who's doing Final Fantasy 14. And she's doing... I don't think she's doing Community Sophia anymore. But she's doing Map Night, it looks like. Yeah, I think I'll raid my friend Rika. She's playing Final Fantasy 14 right now, and then she's playing Final Fantasy 14, and it looks like she's doing maps with people. So if you are interested in doing maps, check that out, you know. But yeah, I will put you all into her capable hands for the rest of the night. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. I hope you all had a good time. If you came in a little late and you want to hear how like the rest of the game went, there will be the VOD, so you can see me losing my voice in real time versus at the end. But yeah, I appreciate all y'all who are here, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening, afternoon, days, whatever's, you know? Okay. Have a good time over there. Bye!